Yeah. I know that we have a couple people that are not stuck in ads, but I wanted ads to finish first. I also need to turn down the music, so let me do that. Hi everybody, happy Wednesday. I hope the day was restful and or productive for y'all. Oh yeah, I forgot, I shaved in between. I had to stop and think for a minute. I was like, did I shave between the last time I was on stream and now? I couldn't remember. And I think the answer is actually yes. I'm pretty sure I did. For my part, I got a lead to a thing, maybe, so that's great. We'll see how that goes. I just want to mount over. Braggart. Well, congratulations, but also braggart. I didn't have it. Okay. I didn't say you shouldn't roll. I just said you were a braggart. That's it. Will also mean hardly. But yeah, so I was thinking about it, and I was like, I want to do game dev, but also, I want to do game dev, but I don't think I have any tasks like properly fill stream for Shootlands or stuff. Not right now, anyway. Right? So it's one of those things where I was like thinking about it, and I went, how long has it been since I've made a game that is like nice and small-ish, etc., right? Like I sat and I thought about it some, and I was like, all right, yeah, let's do it. So the game is probably not gonna be finished by the end of the stream today. Not that small, but the reason why I'm referring to it nebulously as the game is because it used to have a title. That title is no longer appropriate for several reasons. That title's not. Basically speaking, this was something that I came up with, like, initially the game idea was from like 2015 or 2016 or something. Different Sean back then, wasn't thinking about certain things. So, for now, has no name. I remember what the old name is. I do not want to speak the old name. It is one of those things where, and I'm being candid about this part just because it's important to own up to the fact that, like, sometimes your past self is kind of like a dipshit who doesn't think about these things. And yeah, I know, give yourself grace, etc., etc. Still, it's just one of those things where I really sat down and really remembered, why did I name it this thing? Followed by, that is not a good name for this thing, or for anything really. So I threw it out. So right now the game does not have a name. I know, or rather, at least I know what I would like to call it. But the main thing is basically the protagonist needs a new name in order for me to be able to name it. That's essentially kind of like the thing. Um, and until I can figure out what that is, I got nothing. So, what I say what? Like, as in what name did I use? Or, because I'm not going to tell y'all. Oh, okay. I was about to say, just to be sure, because I'm not going to tell y'all what name I use because I don't want to talk about it. It's just that in the context of if you knew the language well enough, you'd be able to go, now wait a minute, where did that come from? And it's one of those things where past me would have like given an evasive answer. Present me is just like it's not an appropriate term. We don't need to use it. So second. Let me just make sure that I didn't accidentally make a folder inside of a folder here. Yes. So yeah. Right now, I'm basically just calling it the Crush game until I figure out a new name for the protagonist that I like. Because the name for the protagonist is also going to determine the name of another character somewhere else. I wish I had the brain for programming. So I'm not going to say this from the perspective of anybody can learn how to program, because I understand that for some people it's just like the shit doesn't go. The thing that I say a lot, mostly for people who are worried about it, and I know that this may not change your mind about this, which is fine. I'm just kind of saying it as a more general thing. The thing about programming is that it is an acquisition. It's a language acquisition skill. Like when it really comes down to it, programming is a language acquisition skill. Really what it is. And because programming is a language acquisition skill, there's like a little bit of math and stuff mixed in there also. But essentially speaking, it's about language acquisition. If you understand how it is that you learn a language and the best way that you learn a language, Give me 1 second. I'm sorting out a couple of things in the order before I get distracted and forget how they work. So, when it comes to programming, right, it's equal parts language acquisition, a little bit of math, or whatever degree of math. It's language acquisition, logic, and math, essentially, are kind of like the three things. But when I say that, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's like it doesn't mean that there isn't an artistry to it, but that a lot of becoming a quote-unquote good programmer is mostly about you have to have an understanding of how it is that you best learn a language, because whatever language acquisition skills you have will essentially kind of like, or how it is that you learn languages will be the thing that sort of like helps you come to an understanding of like how to actually make that work. That's the way I would put it. A lot of the things that happen to people when they want to program is that they spend a lot of time getting wrapped up on the idea of like, well, I'm bad at math, so I can't program, right? Like I'm bad at math, so I can't program, or whatever it is. But it's mostly about like logic and followed by how well you sort of understand and how you pick up languages, and then you kind of go from there, right? 1, 2, 4 by 4 animation 4 4. Right there, buddy. And so, because like the thing is that, and I say this a lot, right? I happen to be really good at programming, and I used to tell my students this all the time, I basically had to learn how to program 3 times over 10 years in order to actually be any good at it. This is not something that I started out like having the brain for, as it were, right? Like this is something where essentially the skill that I have at it is all the result of, for lack of a better word, for lack of a better word, I basically put myself in a position where the word is going to come to me. I'm trying to figure out the best way to explain this. yeah, I guess the simplest way to put it is that I didn't have the brain for it is the thing I'm trying to say, right? Like the fact that I program as well as I do is very much not because I had the brain for it necessarily, as much as it is that um, I basically did the thing repeatedly multiple times. And it wasn't until I eventually basically did it enough times that I actually became any actual good at programming, is the way that I would look at it. Right? And so it's one of those things where what I'm going to say is that it largely, ultimately, comes down to whether or not uh, not so much whether or not you have the brain for it, in as much as you either find the programming language or form of programming that makes the most sense with how you process things, or if you don't, essentially. Right? Because I will be the first to admit that, yeah, like absolutely, it's one of those things where you can very realistically talk about how access to certain resources does or doesn't make programming more difficult than it needs to be, right? Like that's a very that's real, right? That's a very real thing, and I can't like in good conscience deny that that's a or like I can't in good conscience deny that that's a problem, right? But ultimately, when it comes down to that sort of thing, it's mostly a matter of just, in so many words, it's about your approach as well as finding something that like works for you, insofar as like a language or what have you. Like node-based programming may have its limitations, but I'm also you will never catch me saying that like node-based programming is a bad thing. In other words, like where you have like uh, something akin to like Unreal's blueprint system, where you actually have something like Unreal's blueprint system, where you actually have the commands themselves wired into like little flowchart things, like node-based programming. It can be messy if you're not careful about how you set up your nodes, and like the graphs can get really big and stuff like that. But I understand that for some people, that is a much more visual way of doing these things. As an example for me, right, there are many people who will say that when you're making a game, you can eschew using a game engine entirely, like I am with the Go, and just roll your own game engine, right? Where you basically take a bunch of like independent programming libraries. So yeah, obviously, Shan, you know your brain better than I do. So this is all bullshit. I get it. But for me in particular, usually whenever people say like I wish I had the brain for it, it's like it's always just like, at least in from my perspective and from my learning experience, it has never necessarily been that like you lack the brain necessarily, in as much as you may not have found the programming language or the thing in which you are at home. And that's probably the major thing when I think about it from that perspective. Like, when I think about it in terms of like, oh, what might it be? That's what I think of. That it's like you may have just never found the programming language or the thing, insofar as like insofar as like which tools really you're most at home with. That's my perspective as far as that's concerned. So for anybody who's wondering what I've been doing right now, the main thing I'm doing right now is setting up the hitboxes and hurt boxes for the player, because I know that they're very specifically they're very specific they're very specific functions that I'm going to want in terms of the way that a lot of these work. So I'm just sitting down and kind of getting those sorted out right now. So let's see here. Layer 1 is ground. Layer 2 is there. 3 is this on. Cool. So this is the player, and it collides with the ground, the wall, and the player wall. And for now, that's what we're gonna do. I made these sprites a while ago. And I don't have the original files anymore. So, basically speaking, for all intents and purposes, um, so for all intents and purposes, basically speaking, I have to work with what I have. And if at some point I decide I want to make new stuff, I can do that later. I am deliberately sort of like forcing myself to sort of just sit down and work with what I have here, so that I'm sitting down and forcing myself to work with what I have here, so that I don't get too far ahead of myself, and I can just kind of focus on the things that are immediately important. Man, just wanted to think, because a while ago I seen you gave me advice and stuff letting me know. I made a few simple games. I love the engine. Thank you. I'm happy that I was able to give you advice that was relevant and that helped you feel comfortable with starting. So, if I was able to help you get started in that aspect, that is what I'm happy to hear. I'm thankful that my advice was helpful to you in that way. What am I making? So right now, so give me 1 second. I gotta try to remember how. The only thing with the way this is currently set up is that I have no clue about a lot of things that Past Me was thinking about this, so I kind of have to extrapolate a little bit of my old intentionality. I'm working on a game that I did in Unity many moons ago. I'm moving it over to Godot. I'm moving it over to Godot primarily because, don't use Unity anymore, right? It was a very simple game and a very straightforward one, and I was just like, I was thinking earlier today, mostly just like, it's been a while since I made a game that is nice and small, right? Ah, 0, 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11. Okay, so Or no. I only did. Okay, no, never mind. I only did 4. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12. I messed up the count here. So we're gonna zero. So yeah, I'm basically just working on I'm just working on moving that very simple game from Godot, sorry, from Unity back into Godot. Currently unnamed because the name that I picked for it initially, not the greatest. This was an idea that I had. I want to say this was an idea that I had many years ago, and the name that I picked back then, not appropriate. So right now, I'm just getting the player. I'm just getting the player. I'm just getting all the players like movement stuff into place. Just kind of like make sure that that's all lined up, and then we're gonna kind of like get into the nitty gritty of the way it's supposed to work. I would show footage of the old game, but the old version of the game has the old name in it, and I don't. I am memory holding that as deep as it can go. It's not appropriate. Like I said, knowing the context of the word that I used, not appropriate. Not immediately obvious, but it's not appropriate either. So it's like, nah, we're not doing that. Like I said, like the most that I think I'm at liberty to say about it mostly is that when you're young, well, I shouldn't say that as if I was a child. I wasn't a child, but there were specific things that I hadn't been. There were specific things that I didn't take as seriously back then that I take much more seriously now. And so it's one of those things where, like, looking at it in that retrospective, it's like, nah, I should have done better back then, and I wasn't thinking about it like that. And it's one of those things where it's like, you could have done better, but a little bit of a character there. I love them already. Yeah, he is a good lad. And I could do this using an animation tree instead of what I am doing here, but for me in particular, I like to have very discrete control over when animations start and stop. So I'm doing it the old-fashioned way just because that's easier for me. An animation tree, if you think about how like a lot of games at present will like let you very seamlessly transition between will like let you transition very seamlessly between actions, right? Where it's like, oh, you went from doing this thing. Like, oh, you went from doing this thing to this thing, right? And it's like the animation transitions smoothly. Animation trees are essentially used for that. Or situations where, for example, the top half of the body and the bottom half of the body are doing something different. Animation trees are also useful for that, because you can basically say, hey, this part of the body should be doing this thing and this part of the body should be doing this other thing, right? A lot of the way that like aiming while moving usually uses like an animation tree for that, because it will take the positions at which a character is aiming whatever they're aiming, right? And then it will blend them with the walking animation. So the upper body is doing aiming stuff depending on where you're pointing, and the lower body is continuing to walk depending on which way you're walking. But for something like this, we don't necessarily need to get that fancy about it. Folder entities. Entities. So over here, I'm just gonna go grab Panzer. I just need to grab 2 things from Shoot Panzer. Or I can grab them out of Final Spike Second Serve. Either or is fine. Now we just it's a nice empty node here, and we're gonna call this player state machine. This here, child node, node, states, and then another node. Player state, idle. And then instead of get C#, we're just going to call this state idle.cs. Script.cs. This one over here, and then this one here, and then into the project settings that y'all can't see, I have to do some input stuff. So let's go on left, right, go on left, right, up, down. Okay, so add new action. Left. Right. Jump. Stop. Left. Okay. So I did have to go in and stop and add some inputs in order to make sure that this works correctly. Later. But yeah, if anybody who's curious about the current music, the current music is the Guilty Gear X2 OST. Okay. So now I just need to remember how to actually make stuff move. Actually, what I should do, if I'm going to be doing all of this, I should just look at the one for Battle for Busters, probably. Even. So I'm sitting here getting ready to rewrite the wheel and literally go into stuff. Those are all going to be. Okay, so let me think about this for a second. Oh, this is the audio correct is wrong here, but this one. Here. Export group. Nodes. Export. This one. Drop this off of here. Okay, good. So theoretically, this should all work. In theory. In theory. In theory. A lot of this is going to come down to just like testing some stuff. I also need to make sure that I go back and properly configure these nodes. So in the quick stats, so let's rebuild these real quick. So we have those. I'm going to turn these into ints because we don't really need that floating point position. They're fine as ints. So let's see here. Player is fine. Now we just need to do node, and we're going to say level container. I guess this is as good a time as any to learn how to do something new, isn't it? Godot file sets. Okay. Tile map layer node. Create a new tile set source. Okay. Done that. Oh, ad break. Okay. I'm gonna let ads run a bit, and then we're gonna get back to it. times the challenges through all the highs and lows. Champion. And the reason why I'm waiting for the ads to finish is mostly because this is something I want to do together with people. This is a new thing I'm doing. Okay, so the thing that I'm doing with this tile set thing is going to be essentially we're going to have us a little bit of an experiment. Square. Right. The only thing is I'm gonna have to figure out what the tile size was based on ambiguous ass math from when I originally did this, because I know the size of the thing I'm going to use, but I do not remember. Okay, I have to set the tile size before creating the atlas, which means I need to... Okay, I gotta do it. Okay, so let's see. This tile set that I'm looking at initially is 640 by 380. So I know from when I did this initially that I probably used square values of some kind when I was making. So the tile set in question just happens to be. You'll see in a minute when I bring it in here. I'm gonna open it up in a different program, sit down and do the math that I need to do, and then I'll explain what I was doing in a second. But I just need a minute where I like sit down and actually sort out what size I made these dang things. Because unfortunately I can't really talk to past me about this. I think I have an idea. Okay, cool. So it looks like it was about it. Alright. So over here we want tiles 128, 128. Okay, so let me actually grab the image that we're going to use for this, and I'm going to explain it to you. So, basically speaking, you see this thing I'm holding right here and spinning it back, right? This is the tile set that we want to use to create the ground that the character is going to be standing on. What a cute thing like that. So basically speaking, though, you'll notice that it looks like this, and it looks kind of weird. It's okay. You are okay. It's all right. So yeah, basically speaking, right? Each of these tiles is divided into a 128 pixel by 128 pixel part, and so I need to okay, that looks like it came out correctly. Good. Okay. Okay. So we've done that. So over here now, have set. Okay, so tile map layer. Over here. Physics layers. Add element. Collision layer. There's ground. Mask. Y. These two. Navigation support, the occlusion layer. Okay. Give me 1 second now. I'm looking at the actual. I'm also looking at some of the documentation for how tile set stuff works at the same time as I'm doing all of this, so it takes me a little bit of a minute. I have to stop and read something. Okay, good. So now all of these tiles, yep, all of these tiles all have collision on them, and that's handled. Okay, cool. Now the next step is probably auto tiling, right? Okay. Here, here. Match corners and sides. I think that's the better one. Okay. Element based. Okay. Now I just have to figure out how to make this work. Okay. So this. Okay, so now here's where we get tricky. So, basically speaking, this auto tiling thing that I'm saying. Essentially speaking, the idea behind auto tiling is that when you set up specific behaviors for how this terrain stuff works. So what I did over here, I did this terrain sets, terrains, base terrains, all that other stuff, right? A terrain is basically used to define a way that auto tiling works. So like, you know how sometimes when you're doing a level editor and you click and drag and it lays out the ground like seamlessly without any gaps in it, and then you'll turn and it does a corner when you go down, and then when you close out the whole thing, it like makes a nice little round shape without any extra jaggies or anything. That's basically what I'm trying to set up here. The only hard part is that since it's been a while since I've done this, I don't 100% remember the best way to make sure that certain corners are drawn correctly. So for this one, I think, for example, this is correct. Where it only draws this one, it's surrounded by all the others. This one, I think it's... I have to try to remember. Bottom left, left side, top left corner, top side, top left corner. I think it makes sense. Because there's always going to be one like right there in the middle. This one, I think, is just supposed to be this. And I think this one is... I am kind of like freestyling this. No, not that one. But basically, as you can see, right, the thing that I'm trying to do mostly is, and I'm gonna wind up messing up these over here because I don't remember how they're supposed to, I don't remember how these are supposed to fit together. I'm pretty sure I'll probably wind up messing that up, but it's okay. Want everything that says left. Bottom side. So if I'm doing this correct, if I'm remembering this correct, then at least for these base tiles, I'm just filling it around the edges at which they should actively be like every edge that I'm filling in is supposed to cover for every edge that I'm filling in is basically supposed to be trying to indicate this is okay. I think this is right. Hi, Sin. Thank you for the smile. I appreciate it. This is that one. This is okay. I might have gotten... So this auto tiling is either correct or I have horribly botched it. It's one of those two. Okay, so now why can't I draw is the question. Okay, so now how do I draw is the thing. It seems like that's the only part that they don't actually explain. not really to sell and set. Okay, no, that's not what I want. I hate videos because they don't explain anything. Okay, what else? I forgot. Okay. The documentation was not helpful here, so now I have to go to. Oh, god damn it. Or maybe that I have to set these in reverse, but we'll have to see. Okay. Which means that probably the thing I should have done initially before I even tried doing auto tile stuff, I probably should have just still it out and see if I can't figure it out. Because for whatever reason, the main thing is that I can't draw. Because for whatever reason, whenever I try to actually draw on the tile map, nothing actually happens. And that is a different problem. For whatever reason, whenever I came up here to the tile map, okay, so I can literally just pick one. Okay, this is how. Now I understand. But yeah, you notice how I didn't understand the thing that I actually had to do. I had to actually pick a tile out of the bottom and draw. But you notice how when I do this, right? Like it does all of that. So let's see if I can, if I do the auto tile correctly. Let's see if I can sort that out. So within the tile set. Okay. Hold on a second. Misunderstood how this is supposed to work. This. Okay. Cool. Oh god, this tile laying system is really strong, actually. Jeez. Oh, jeez. Okay, I see here. So... Okay, there's a lot that's going on here. So, I think what I'm going to do instead, I'm going to choose to keep it simple, and I'm just going to manually draw these in. Hang on a second. Okay. Some other things. We're doing shenanigans here. Let me see. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I know y'all. Alright, we don't have a camera. So we don't have a camera, so none of that. So it's not. We fix that. Camera 2D. Alright, we gotta take this little dash and get them steady. We'll just do it like this. And then player, just manually assign player script graph like this. Player. Oh, did I put the cam? Ah, damn it. You don't belong here. You belong over here. Camera. Player. Here. Alright, let's try this again now. Everybody, everybody. Alright. We're in there. Alright. Alright. So we got movement. It's just kind of slow. Player, and honestly take that scale, bump that back down to 1. Let's just 1,000, 1,000. Let's start off like this, just see how it feels. Like it's gonna be a numbers thing if I'm just doing numbers a bit. Alright. And then for the level itself, we're gonna have to redraw a couple of things. See, okay. So yeah, with auto tiling, technically speak, if I had gotten like the corner matching of the auto tiling set up correctly, I would have just been able to like draw certain tile layers without things being an issue at all. But this will do. And then we're just gonna come back over to the tile map, and we're gonna draw us this, and then just do left corner here, right corner here. Here, if we want to do this, right, then just erase this setup here. Gonna make sure that we do a little corners here. Oops. Erase it off. Corners here, here, and then we just take this line over here, and this line over here. Yeah, past me had a devil of a time getting those corners set up. Okay, good. That mostly works. So essentially, I'm gonna want to at some point probably like use. I'm probably gonna want to use like a phantom camera or something to really kind of like get this properly set up. But in the meantime, or I guess, hold on. If this is gonna be the only thing I don't actually need a camera here, you can just go to the camera node, and it should. I had a brain fart. Okay. So now the real question is, why can't I see the whole? There's something else that I've forgotten here. General, viewport width, viewport height. There we go, much better. I forgot to set some of the other settings for this. So, cool. Now we can kind of see the whole thing, right? That's good. And we have a little bit of moving happening, but this speed though. And I have it set up so that, hang on a second. Let me take the default values. Hey Vinka. Let me take the default values. Oh. 1,000. Take those. Okay. You build. Start those. Okay. Fucking dialogue hell get me out. Hey. Sometimes it be that way. Okay, much better. We're getting there. We're getting there. Because the main thing with this game is that we want the main character to feel fast, basically. The original had a bit more like physicsy sliding type beat to the way that the character would move. I'm willing to align that a little bit for control purposes, but part of that means I kind of just got to sort out. Yeah, this feels about right. Okay, now we're gonna do new script, player state. We need to make a movement state over here. Player state, move. Drop that over here. You built this. Player state base. Oh right, I remember I had to separate it out now. I have to do one other thing now. Do player input script. I'm gonna borrow this other thing from Final Spike since I did this most. Well, the main thing with Final Spike is that okay, so let's just do this. Script. Player input script. That's input. Gonna want to do is public int exit. We also want to do public static instance. Okay. Okay, autocomplete. That was pretty clever of you, and I will admit that. Public override process. So the reason why I realized I split this out is because we want to be able to pull input separately from like the player script. So here we're going to do export public input player input player input values. Check. By states, player, okay, that's what it was. So I want to take that entirely out of there. And only need to change velocity. Okay. Hold on. I gotta think this through real carefully. Because I'm sort of reproducing what I had since I did this most recently with Why is my phone going? I was sitting there going like, I was like, wait, why is my phone blowing up? Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, what's happening? And I found out. I was just like, wow, my phone is making a lot of noise, followed by, why is my phone making all this noise? Followed by, ah, fuck. Okay, so all that is fine. The main thing mostly is that, okay, so all that is fine. It's just that now the target velocity has to be controlled by, okay. Okay, that's how movement. Alright. Hold on. I gotta do one thing real quick. And ads are coming up in a minute. So I'm gonna take this minute to do some stuff on a different thing as ads are coming up. And then I'll get back to it for people who aren't stuck in ads hell, and then we're gonna keep going from there. Yeah, there's the ad break. I was like, I know ads are gonna be starting soon. Okay. Ah, damn it. I forgot to ask somebody to do a thing, which means I need to do that. Okay. Sorry. Okay, y'all. I just have to do a thing. So the good news is that I do not have to run early. We can try to get in a full proper 3 hours. So basically, all I really need to do at this particular point is I'm borrowing some of the code from Final Spike, since that was when I most recently did player movement stuff. So I can just borrow some code from past me on that front, and we should be okay. What type of dictionary is it using? I don't remember. Yeah, it's that one. Okay. So this is just. Oh, wait a minute. Damn it. Wondering. Oh. Dang it, me. That past me, that was genius. Why didn't I do the same thing? Okay. Player state base. Speed. 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 Stops. Yeah, I forgot. I can literally, I literally forgot. I can just do that, so I don't have to like. Public float text input equals get turn player input dot instance dot x input. I literally forgot that this is how I set that up. So I can just now do this. Excellent. And now over here, right, rather than having to reference all these things, I can just do x input times move speed times delta, change x velocity there. If x input is that and grounded is true and the state machine is this one, then we do that. Bam. And then I just have to make sure that idle is set to move. Okay, cool. Nice and easy. Save that, and then we're gonna run this again. Let me read chat in a second. It's not borrowing, it's repurposing. Yeah, I wrote all the code either way. So, why are you upset? Why are you upsetty? Oh, I never assigned that, so that's why it's upsetty. Okay, we can fix that. Player over here, player input. It's you. All right. I forgot to assign the player input. That's why I was getting angry. But also, hi, Vinka. Welcome back out of bad hell. Okay, good. Okay, let's make sure that the state machine is. We want to make sure. Okay, player state machine. Oh, that's why. Auto start state machine. Start even the idle state and show the state debug. Okay, so let's just do node here. We're gonna do state call. Then we're just gonna let's do these other ones while we're at it. No, don't do that, please. So idle, move, jump, fall, land, rush, stop. So now we have idle, move. We're gonna want script. Then we're gonna also want okay. So while we're at it, we might as well also so player script very simply. So those are physics functions. We're going to do public vector public void animation string and name and anim player dot player anim underscore plus anim name. Nice and easy. This one, and then public code. Let's make sure that these two work correctly, first of all. Yep. Cool. What's it angry about? I left out something else. Player input instance exit put is a thing that it is upsetty about. Okay, fine. Let's do it like this. Export protected player input. Just do player input graph.exit. We'll just make our life simple. Because it's gonna get upset like that, then we can just do it like this. Oh, that's why, because the rest of these haven't been set up correctly, because I forgot to do that. This is just base. I'm like, so this is my fault, because I forgot to set up the rest of these states with the correct derivation. So it was going like, lol, what do you mean add this thing? I can't do that. This isn't a player state. So this is the thing about program, and that's absolute fucking violence. Sorry, I went to go look at my gilded for a second because there were a bunch of things that were left unread. So I stopped for half a second, went to go look. Violence is just happening at me. Okay, good. But the good news is that moving around and stuff works, and idle animation stuff is playing the way that it's supposed to. This makes me happy. That said, we just need to sort out a couple of other things as far as we just got to sort out a couple other things as far as other animations go. So let's get that going. So here, we can grab this fall using system.collections.generic, stating the fact that you could I'm just making hand gestures because, like, I know that there's no point in arguing that, and if I try, uh, I I just gotta hold that, I guess. Let's play the XR soundtrack. Let's do public override. Ready. So when we get the dates ready, what we want to do is say script and then player dot animation finished. Check. No, public void check anim string. This is corrected. Forgot to set. Yep, it's always that. Jump tall land, skip ref, this, input ref, this. Alright, try it again. Okay, what am I forgetting? Okay, so then why? Okay, so why is it saying that no reference exception? What did I forget? There's something that I forgot. That's why it's giving me plus. Those are all set. Damn it! Alright. Yeah, there we go. He goes, wee! Alright. Good. This goes, wee! Alright. And then we just gotta get Eat black. Alright, good. So now we can worry about jumping. Night Stubby. So over here, player input. So let's see, region public bars, for public variables, and region. Then we're going to do region signals and region. So very simply, public. We're going to do signal. And this public delegate on jump. Jump press event. Is the upper. Now over here we're gonna do if. Nope, don't want that one. Yeah, you don't. This time, machine, you do not know what I want. Is input that is action just pressed. Jump. Very simply, right? If we just press the jump button, emit the jump signal, right? And so over here in the jump state, we're going to do it very simply. Public override ready, base ready, and then player input ref dot jump pressed plus equals state machine dot change state. This no. And then over here we're gonna do public override on start, base on start, player script ref dot change y velocity, jump speed. Very simple. Then public override update state if okay, you don't know my thoughts, machine. Hush. Stop trying to be clever here. Player script ref dot current dot velocity dot y is less than 0 and grounded is false. Change state by name. And in this particular case, right, for the jump state and the fall state, I could actually like borrow this code, right? And all I really have to do is just like basically just repeat this code in both of those states and it's fine. And in this case, I will do that because like it's not that big of a deal to duplicate it. And this is just to make sure that I can actually still control my X movement while I'm jumping or falling. Right? which actually means that I probably messed up and got my directions backward, because you notice that I fell immediately. On the other hand, this means that my stomp speed is already set up correctly. The other problem is that now I need to sort some other stuff out, actually. I think. Okay, hang on a second. I'm gonna check one thing real quick, because my brain may have also emptied out. The Y direction. Okay, down is positive, up is negative. Okay, so then what I really want is this then. I think. Okay, so positive y-axis is downward. Okay. Which means, hold on a second. Hold on. Pause. Let's play a script. Yeah, the fall speed. Okay, so we should be adding. Or, oh, that's why. Okay, let me think here. Sorry, y'all. I might just be having a moment. don't think that should actually be doing anything. Update state should not be playing unless... Okay, so why... Oh, that's why. I never made it do the... I never made it... Making the jump speed's too high. That's why. Well, the jump speed is... And then the fall speed isn't fast enough. That's what it is. So... So, like, the reason why it's like, oh, wow, you're going up there and you're never coming down, it's because the fall speed isn't fast enough to counteract, the fall speed isn't fast enough to counteract that, so I need to lower the actual jump speed so that... Yeah, there we go. Much better. But now we need to pick up the fall speed some. Yeah, so we don't need that much. So yeah, basically then, so yeah. Yep, that's about right. So like 1750. Yeah, 1750 is about right. So 50. And now all we really need to do, so we have that set, so that's 1750s right there, right? So here's the next thing that we need to do. Well, we want the stomp speed to also be faster than that. Alright, so we got that. Right. Over here, we want to make sure that we set that false, and we're not able to... There we go. So for the purposes of making our life easier, though, we're going to want the player... We want the player's position to actually be... Let's just put you on the ground to start off so that we don't have any trouble. So you're not, like, falling automatically. Yeah, and then we obviously don't want that to happen, right? That's no good. So here's the part where over here in the level proper, what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna make an area 2D, and we're not gonna put it inside the player, we're gonna put it over here. We're gonna call this player. We're going to call this spawn wall. We're going to reparent this to a regular node, and we're going to just do on. And over here, we're going to add a child node with the collision shape that we want, and that collision shape is going to be a rectangle. Spawn wall. We just need to move this over a bit. We're going to grab the spawn wall, pull it back over here. Key is we're going to change the collision shape itself, right? Let's do right. So all we really need to do is just make sure that, and then we're gonna lock the collision shape so we can't move the collision shape by accident, so we can only move. We're also gonna lock this so that we're not. So the spawn wall, and all we really got to do is like put it like right here, right? And then for the spawn wall, what we're gonna do is collision. We're gonna take it off of this layer. We're gonna put it on player wall. And transform. Well, this one we can put it at 0. Oh no, 60. So that's good. Okay, 90, 20, 68, and bam. So the reason why we do this is so that this way, right? Because of the way that I set up the player's collision earlier, the player cannot pass through the spawn walls. The enemies will be spawning out of that. Ah, dang it. Alright, hold on a second. I need to player wall pass ground. Okay. Why are you being silly and not monitoring, monitorable? Okay. I can't put it as both a wall and a player wall because then the enemies will be able to. If I put it as an actual wall, the enemies will get stuck on it. So the thing I can't figure out is why the player can walk through it. It should be. That's why. I know why. We have to change the type. I made a mistake. Change type. It shouldn't be an area 2D. This needs to very specifically be a static body 2D. The collision hasn't changed, but now we also just need to change this to a static body, I believe. Change type, static body. I think that should do it. If they're both static bodies, then I don't think the player should be able to push past them. I remember. Yep. So they're both static bodies, so now the player cannot like jump up and get past the spots. And that's on purpose, right? Very good. So that's handled. do public and stomp. Get set public. Can't jump, can't rush, can't stop. All right. Okay. Oh yeah, one other state we should add. So yeah, we have Russian stomp here. So let's just do script. Player state rush. Then over here in player state base. All we need to do is okay, cool. And then over here in player script, we can just do public void set rush speed, and then we're going to public void add Okay. One other thing I need to do. We need to add another thing here because we do have another state that I forgot to talk about. Player state while bound, and then after player state stomp, we want player state. We want another node, and we're going to do player state bounce. So, basically speaking, the idea behind what we're calling the crush game for right now is that enemies will sort of pour out from the sides. Enemies will pour out from the sides as well as enemies will pour out from the sides as well as from up top. And the idea is that you basically you run into them or stomp on them in order to destroy them. I think there was one mechanic that I probably forgot from the original game, and that was for how to deal with enemies above you, which probably means that you need something like a super jump to do it. And I have to remember what the plan was for that. That probably maybe if you're holding down, and if you're holding stomp, and then while you're on the ground, and then you press the jump button, you probably get a super jump to knock you upward, like get rid of enemies above you. Probably the thing that I forgot from the previous game that I hadn't considered until now. But I figured that out. That's a future me problem. Not dealing with that just yet. So we'll do rush and wall bound first because those are the ones that, or wall bounce, I should say. And then this is stomp bounce. So rush, wall bounce, stomp, stomp. Rush, wall bounce, stomp, and stomp bounce. Right. So rush and stomp both go on here. But rush and wall bounce, we need to get those sorted out. Add another script, and we're going to do player state wall bounce.cs. That goes over here. I want to make sure that okay, rush is already handled. Wall bounce is also a player state base. Alright, we grab rush, wall bounce, make sure that we assign the input and the player state to both of those. Excellent. Okay. Okay. There's one thing that we have to figure out here. So over here in the player. So, no. So here's where we start getting tricky, right? Because the main thing is that I want to be able to make sure that I can figure out what I collided with, and I essentially need to get the normal of the thing that I collided with so I know what direction I hit the wall from, so I can bounce off of it in that direction. So let me see. So this means I need to go check this out. So character, body, 2D, collision, info, window. I need to be able to check. Okay. let me check which one of these I'm using, because that needs to be the thing that I gotta store that somewhere. So player script, we're doing movements. Okay, cool. Alright, so it's a character body 2D get mission. Okay, that actually makes sense, I think. So, here's the idea, right? The idea here is that when I'm rushing, I added a couple things and I'll go back and explain it in a second. I just need to make sure that I get this logic down real quick so I don't miss something. Okay, so let's see here. So player script rush cast. Okay. So we're gonna come over to this rush raycast. Check the node. Okay. This needs to know. Okay, so I can't actually. I gotta be careful how I do this. Okay, I see. So we'll do something there in a minute, but public override update state. I just need to get one thing now. Yep. Walkout search is. I just need to get the normal out of that. Okay. Yeah, this bit. And hold there. You wanted to hold it there for a second. Bounce back. Okay. So then what we want to do actually is if Override. Good. What I'll do is gonna, if you're rushing, just goes and then you pop off. We just need to do public override on start. And we're gonna here script that. Up here, and then we're going to do this that ready. Okay, and then all we need to do is go to their input and rush pressed here, rush. Okay, and the only other thing we need to do is make sure that we have the actual animation for the wall splash. So animation player, we make sure that I rush wall splash. Alright. Animation new player anim wall splash. I need to make sure that this is named correctly, because if I don't name these correctly, it's gonna get upsetting. So come over here. Wall squash is the last step we want. Up. Yeah, like up. Yeah, it's these two. 12 and 13 are the wall splash. So we're gonna put in 12 first. $12 doesn't stay on screen, like this one doesn't stay on screen for very long. We want this one, however, to be on screen for like a good while. So we're gonna cut this down to like 6 frames. And then when this is over, we pop off. Yep. we just want to make sure that the player also actually has like a proper wall bounce state. It's over here. So now all we're gonna do is just literally, honestly, we're gonna copy this code for right now for the jump and remove some of the ability to like actively manually control which way you're falling until you can actually like, fall. So we're gonna come back over to wall bounce, and we're just gonna do this using system.collection.generic. We're not gonna set the jump impulse. We're just gonna do this. So we are going to technically be able to change our basing a little bit when we bounce off the wall. Oh right, I forgot to set one. Yep, player state rush ready is not set up. So rush ready player input that instant rush pressed. Okay. Let me make sure of something here. Okay, so we have one issue here. Oh, that's why, I think. So there we go. Just for jump, yeah, that's why. I need to remove the instance variable out of that to make sure it doesn't happen. Okay, so we should get like a nice little bounce. Well, almost. NRE. Oh right, I never set the rush rate cast. So over here for the player, rush rate cast is this one. Alright, try this again. Okay. Rush. that should probably solve that issue. Okay, good. So now the only thing is that for player, animation player. So we're gonna take move, and this is how we're gonna handle this. For move, we're gonna duplicate this one, and we're gonna call this rush, right? And then very simply for the rush, we just move. We just move these frames much closer together. And we essentially get that. We essentially get that sped up. So now we come over to state brush. Good. So that works correctly. And we do get the squeeze. We get the little squeeze. But now we just... Oh, right. That's why. So the reason why we're stuck on the squeeze is because there's one last thing I have to do. So over here in the rush state, I have to make sure that I do player script ref dot anim player dot animation finished plus equals wall squash anim end. And then this should make sure that we actually get like the bounce. Here in playerscript.cs, public void set facing block, bool new value, and then over here, facing block equals new value. Okay, so much better. The rush speed is a little too fast, I think. So we're gonna cut that down. I should probably make sure of one thing. So if I had to guess, let me see something here. We have to go to the rush rate cast. A couple of things we need to make sure of. Ground. Yeah, there we go. That might help. Oh right, that might have been that. If you do a jump while rushing, you have an extra hitbox active, so that you don't. Okay, I see. Nyaruhodo. All right, I got it. Yeah, now I remember how I did it. So I just need to contemplate one thing. Okay. So over here, actually, what we should do is here we're gonna just do void jump type check. Then we're just gonna do over here jump type check. I'm gonna keep it very simple. If state machine dot current state player. No, we just do a switch. Switch state machine dot current state, and the state name will be in all caps. So in case player state underscore. So no, we'll just do default. Is this case player state rush. So yeah, basically speaking, this is how we're going to handle this. If I did this correctly, then I think this should work. So essentially speaking, what I've done here is that I basically told the jump state that if the player is currently rushing, right? That if the player is currently rushing, and then we jump, then we should not change the jump animation, basically. Oh, right. I need to make sure, is the rush animation looping? I should double check that and make sure that it is. Yeah, rush is. Okay, so then the main question is then why does it change animations? It should not do that. Okay. Hold on a second. I need to see one thing. Yeah, we don't need that one. That's redundant. Yeah, that's redundant. That's weird. Alright. That's redundant. Don't need that. Okay. So let's try this again. So endearing. I can't even claim credit for that. I got that from Hunter x Hunter. Yes, but it's endearing that you said it. Meh. I can't argue that, I guess. Fucking got me. Yeah, you got me. Yeah, God, nerd. Ah, damn it. Okay. So then my main thing is, what's happening that the player is changing animations? Because the player's state, yeah, still in the rush state. So then my main question then becomes, okay, let me just go up here to this other thing. No, but on topic, I have really been enjoying the process of this little game. Yeah, we don't even have enemies. We don't even have enemies and stuff yet. Wait till we get that going. That's gonna be fire. Let's see. So, well, okay, so the wall bounce I definitely need, or wall squash I need to like. I gotta shorten the animation of that. We'll put it to 3. This is at 0, and this is at. So the squash is just like, and then bah! Which means I also need to reverse the. I also gotta reverse the actual bounce velocity a little. So we'll come back over to the rush. And really, we want this. We want to cut the rush speed. We want to cut the rush speed down significantly, and then just focus on the height. Because the idea is that you bounce and then you juke up. There we go. So now the only thing really is why is it I gotta see what animation is playing when that happens, because it looks like it's switching to the jump animation, and really it should stay in the rush animation. So let me go over here, and then we're just gonna do bd.print and then player.current animation. And I'm kind of think of games like Bolt used to write, and I'm kind of forget games like Level 2. It's like spending all your time looking at videos, figuring out anyone can pay anything, and then you see someone painting and go, oh, yeah. A thing that I would tell my students all the time. A thing that I would tell my students all the time is that games, as an example, right, are like all games really are, is if you lay a condition on top of condition on top of condition on top of condition. If this, then this, then this, then this, then this, right? I made a mistake here. Shouldn't have done that. This is why. Yeah, so the only thing is that... Right, let me finish that saying before. Yeah, and the thing about Godot in particular is that with the way that Godot encourages you to kind of like put together nodes, it's very much in that same vein, right? Like our main character, I basically literally, you saw me kind of like put him together. Sprite 2D animation player, push box shape, hitboxes for these things that we're not using yet. All those little tiny things. I think I know what's happening, except the raycast isn't turning around. I think, as far as I can tell, it's probably that the raycast is not turning around. Yeah, the raycast isn't really turning around correctly. So that means I need to make sure the raycast is moving in the direction that we are when it gets locked. But yeah, like a lot of it is a lot of just that like small stuff. And in this particular case, I'm probably building this backward from the way that I built the original game. But that's also because I very explicitly remember most of what I did for the original game anyway. Okay, so there's one thing, let's see here. So start rush, and then here's what I want to do actually. So player script breath dot rush raycast dot target position equals. I think that should do it. What I'm trying to do is make sure that I'll explain this in a second, as soon as I'm sure that it's working relatively well. Which it probably isn't going to be for a minute because so basically speaking, here's what I'm trying to do. You see how this thing says target position, right? I need to make sure that if the player is going to the left, that the target position is negative, and if the player is going to the right, target position is positive. So I think what I have to do here is probably this is probably the only way to make absolutely sure that like we're locked in doing it the right way, because this rush ray cast 2D is essentially what tells us whether or not we hit a wall. Yeah, because it's the main. This is the main issue, right? Let me try one other thing, actually. Because essentially speaking, right, this raycast is essentially like us putting a hand out in front of us and going, hey, if I hit this thing, then react accordingly, right? So yeah, the rush raycast's job is to in this case, right, the job of the rush raycast is to the job of the rush raycast is essentially to be like a hand in front of the player. And what essentially happens is that if the player then the idea is that basically if the player, I may need to pull this up. So. Because what's happening is that we're getting a raycast against the ground at a particular point we should be. I may need to shorten this. Because we weren't getting collisions against the ground when the raycast was at 40. Not the same. So yeah, basically the idea is that I essentially need to make sure that like the rush raycast is actually. Oh, that's because I put on collide with areas actually. So yeah, the issue that we're running to whenever this happens is that the rush raycast isn't turning over, right? That becomes the main issue. Oh, wait a minute. That's why. I'm so silly. The two of these things should ostensibly be the same, but if the target velocity isn't the target, but the target velocity only tends to change when inputs come in, which means that it should be a slightly more reliable way of doing it. I just need to go to the player script, and the target velocity over here is a private variable. However, we can make it into a public variable. I can just do this, but then I have to make sure that I do this so that other variables can read it. Damn it. Okay, no, that doesn't actually work. Alright, hold on. Alright, we can do a silly thing here. We just do this. And then we just do this. So, the main difference is that the capital T target velocity is basically just like for all intents and purposes, a placeholder is not a placeholder. It's like a redirection, right? The lowercase t target velocity can only be modified by using specific functions, and then the capital T one is just there as a let's take a look and see how this is going sort of deal. okay, this is the issue that we're having. For whatever reason, I cannot. Let me see here. I need to see this. Okay, so this is working. The only thing that's an issue is that if you look at the rush ray cast, right, the target position of the rush ray cast is not flipping the way that it's supposed to. And if it would flip, then what that would mean essentially I just need that to flip consistently, and it's not doing that. Oh, wait a minute. Damn it, I put it in the wrong spot. That's why. I'm so silly. I've also been going like raw dog and not commenting any of this code, which is not ideal. There we go. Now, that said, rushing does have a timer value attached to it, so I'm going to get that set up as like one of the last things, because I know that we've been going for much longer than usual, but riding the rhythm. So, one of my favorite things about Godot, we are about to get to use it again. So, let me just add a node for hit boxes. Hit boxes and hurt boxes. I grab these three, throw them in here. And then gonna add child node timers. The timer, and we're gonna just call this one rush recharge timer. Very simple, right? Over here in the nodes, we're going to add export timer rush recharge timer. Very simple. And then over here, public override. Nope. Yeah, no, that's correct. Actually, public override underscore ready. Base ready, very simply, rush recharge timer dot timeout plus equals parentheses this is what we call a lambda, so that we can like basically easily, in certain circumstances, we want to use lambdas in order to be able to cheat and do things that we can't normally do. Actually, in this case, we're just going to say, we're just going to turn it into a function, because there may be other things we want to do later. And it's going to avoid enable rush here, and rush is true. Very simply. Public. And since this is going to be a single player game, I can cheat to do this. Public. That static player script instance. I'm just going to do instance. Actually, wait, no, because the scripts don't need it, because the scripts will always have reference to it. Don't need to do that. I'm duplicating work. That was a silly thing I did there. I don't need to actually do that, because the player states already have the ability to reach in and check this thing if they need it. So here's what we're going to do. Action. Over here, what we're going to do is player input ref rush pressed. We're just going to do I'm going to just do something very simple. You have a function called check rush instead. Void check rush is very simple. If player script ref dot and rush, we change into this thing. Very simple. And actually, just to make sure of one thing in particular, I am going to probably go into the player script over here, and I need to make sure that these can only be changed by the player script for safety purposes. For safety purposes, the only thing that can change it is like the actual player script. So only the things that the player script does can like actively change whether or not can jump, can rush, or can stop. And this is the other reason why we want to do that, right? Because now we can wrap these things in this logic, right? Where we can double check if the player can do a certain thing before we do other things, right? So let's, for consistency's sake, name these functions where we're doing these things check instead. I know we're on an ad break, but for the people who aren't in ads hell, I want to keep this going. So we're going to do check as the name of the actual thing so that we can like keep it consistent. So check jump is in the jump state so that we can see are we allowed to jump or not before we go do anything, right? Okay, then I probably don't even need this. Gonna make it upset a little bit. Okay, perfect. We're back. Excellent. All right. So I'm just gonna grab scripts. I need to grab scripts, extensions. I'm gonna want those. Those are always useful. Scripts. So extensions, the extensions I'm mumbling about are functions that I have set up specifically so that we can get like very specific we can get very specific functionality out of certain types of nodes that isn't already there. Anyway, let me... Because yeah, there are a bunch of other things like an audio manager and other stuff that would be ideal to put in here and get going up in here, but a lot of that is like effort, and I'm just trying to make sure that I have rush recharge duration. Oh, I forgot to do this. Rush recharge duration. Those need to match. Okay. First of all, let's do that. So that when we first spawn in, we can rush, and that's ready to go, and all that's good. Make sure this timer is one shot, but it is not auto start. Yeah, so good. Okay, good. So that mostly works. The only thing that doesn't is the likes of like stomping and stuff like that. Okay. Riding the rhythm has been pretty chill. However, I am reminded that I do have... Well, I was in like a big time rush. I am reminded that there's somebody I want to check in on before it gets too late. So for now, I'm going to call it. I'll probably just keep working on it off stream. and we'll see where things are going. Nightbot has already advertised Munity, which is a small indie game studio co-op that I work with. You can check out our website over at munity.games. You can join our Patreon if you're paid in order to support us. You can play Shoot Lancer over on our itch page. It's the game we're currently working on. We have a demo up now, and if you happen to live in New York and you're going to Anime NYC, you will be at Play NYC over there in the Javits Center. So if you're around, show up. Yeah. Nightbot here has given out some various links for other stuff you can check out for me. Game analysis design articles, stream VODs, Ko-Fi if you want to support me in the stream, Drone if you want to get anonymous gifts for the stream, my card if you are interested in other social media that I'm on. There we go. And then aside from that, what else? Oh yeah, Gilded. If you want to hang out with us when we're not doing stream stuff, Gilded is the place for that. Gilded is the place for that primarily. We're out and about there. You do have to have a Roblox account in order to actually join the Gilded, but you don't have to play Roblox or anything. If you don't want to do that, I understand. You don't have to stress it. Who are we going to go hang out? Okay, let me see who we're gonna go hang out with. I need to go hang out. I personally have to go stop over by Twisted Stream because I need to. So Shark, we haven't been to raid anybody. Yeah, we didn't go. So it doesn't look like we raided anybody on Sunday, from what I can tell. But I didn't get a shout. I don't have a shout out listed, and then we would have done Twisted before Shark. So. Okay. And Twisted is currently still not on cooldown. I'm tempted that for us to break the rule and go by Prez again anyway, because it looks like Prez is still doing a partner push. And I very much would like to make sure that we are giving the homie the support that he needs. That is very important to me. I know we were just hanging out with J-Rock recently, but for some reason I can't remember when we went to go raid him. I feel like we went to go raid J-Rock extremely recently, and for some reason he's not on my list. But I know he shouted me out. So my brain is itching because I know that we went to see him recently, but he's missing from my list of things. I think that was Sunday. My brain is telling me that it was Sunday. The 3rd, I feel like that's when we went to go see J-Rock, because J-Rock was extremely recently. So I'm going to put that down. Yeah, because he was like, oh yeah, kill the best fairy. He was Sunday. I don't know why OBS is not showing me that as a reminder. Sometimes I hate this thing. Anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna break the rule. We're gonna go hang out with Prez, the president of our variety streamer. He is shooting for partner status. And I would like to make sure that he gets the viewership and numbers for that to count. So we're gonna go hang out with him. I believe currently he's either playing, it's either Another World or Out of This World. can, at least based on what I was looking at, it looked like it was one of those two. Yeah, it's out of this world. The name changes based on which console you're playing it on. But yeah, he's currently playing Out of This World. It looks like he's working through the entire Super Nintendo library. So Out of This World is game number 83 out of 717. So we're gonna go hang out with Trez. Yeah, we're gonna go hang out with Trez and make sure that things are chill with him. This is our raid message. SGH says raids, favorite emotes. They don't have to be my emotes, whatever emotes you feel like. Thank y'all for coming by. Deeply appreciate it. Friday, it's Fighting Friday. I've got a bunch of licenses for rental characters, so we're gonna do Rental Scott for a while for Street Fighter 6 on Friday. And then Sunday, 5 p.m. Eastern Time, is going to be more Tales of Vesperia Definitive Edition. Yes. So, stay safe, wear a mask if you go outside, wash your hands, be excellent to each other, but not the bigots, racist, terrorists, sexist, anti-queer folks, or fascists. Black Lives Matter, trans rights and reproductive rights and human rights. Palestine, Sudan, the Congo, New Caledonia, and Haiti must all be free. None of us are free till we're all free. Look out for each other, take care of each other as best as you can. And that doesn't always mean like doing a lot. Sometimes it's just about a little. So yeah, Prez is currently looks like he started over Out of This World. So let's go hang out with him. And I'll catch y'all on the flip side, whenever that is. Take care. Deuces.